Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Keep my head up when I act, head up, that's a fact. Never looking back, I'ma keep myself on track. Keep my head up, staying strong, always moving on. Feel I don't belong, tell my thoughts to move along. Push myself to be the best, die with no regrets. Live with every breath, see my message start to spread. And I had so many dreams, then you hit your teens. Life ain't really what it seems, try to find out what it means. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. I'm grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win. I don't want no fake love, I want the real stuff. Everybody listen up, cause I'll only say it once. I'm gonna show you all the path, if you want it bad. I'm gonna show you where it's at, yeah, how you can get it back. Yeah, cause I ain't never done, I'll be number one. Working hella hard until I get just what I want, yeah. Rises like the sun, yeah, fatal like a gun. Shooter's gonna shoot and I'm gonna shoot until I won, yeah. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. Grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win, yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I am the Dreadist, and welcome to my humble abode, the shop of all horror and dread. Thank you for joining me today. Please take a seat and enjoy the show, because today we are returning to Raccoon City in the demo of Resident Evil 3. But first, let me greet my wonderful viewers. Congratulations, Schmoozer, on the first and for the daily check-in. Thank you so much, as well as for the care package. As always, I have a wonderful cup of tea to keep me company in these cold times. And thanks to my wonderful followers on Blue Sky, where you can also have me reveal more details, let's say, of my model. Thanks to all the reposts and likes, now I can show that indeed my model can as well enjoy some tea. delightful, I have to say. Just a few sips, we don't want to overdo it. And with that, let's see. Oh, so nice of you, Schmoozer. Thank you for your cheese donation to the Dreadist. They really appreciate those. I'm sure they already like you a lot. So, you have some tea as well. That's wonderful. I hope you found yourself some honey. I know you were on the lookout for some. So, today we are going to play the demo of Resident Evil 3. Well, the remake of it, to be precise. And you might be asking, why, Dreadist? Why? And that's a good question, because you see, this game was released 5 years ago in 2020. Exactly 21 years after the initial release of Resident Evil 3 in 1991. That was a long time ago. Blanket, bed, tea and Dreadist. Good combo to rest. I'm happy to hear that. Well, you get some rest and I get some exercise. You'll see soon why. Well, you see, indeed this demo released quite a long time ago, and some of you might know that I already played Resident Evil 3 on stream. I even finished the Nightmare difficulty, which was true to its name. However, I'm not done with that game just yet. I decided to take a short break from it, because that difficulty was really quite something. Oh, a random word! I see you got one of the risky ones. Well, you see, tit is an interesting word, especially if you look at its plural form, since yes, indeed, it is a noun. And if you hear that someone really likes to look at tits, you might think about the wrong thing, because the one meaning most people will remember when faced with this word will be the slang one, meaning breast and breasts. And look, I can't blame anyone. It's nice to enjoy the sight of a nice pair of tits. However, as mature as that may have sounded, you might be mistaken to say that I am a pervert. Based on this one sentence, not overall. We already established that. Because indeed, a tit is not just what you think. It is a bird, and a really quite common bird. So if someone says, imagine I was outside walking in the forest and I saw a beautiful tit. Well, yeah, that can indeed happen. And you can even see a pair of tits up on the tree. Now, if you misunderstand that, that is also quite a sight, but it kind of warrants further investigation on how they got there. Certainly a fun story, that is. But what I love even more is the fact that if you like birds, tits are not the only species with a risque name. However, tits take it one step further, because there are different species, right? And one of the most common species of tit, and we would need a drum roll for this, are the great tits. Indeed, that's the name of the species, great tit. So you can, without blushing at all, say in public that you love to go and watch a nice pair of great tits in the morning. And if anyone raises an eyebrow, you can just say, well, I was out bird watching. What did you think, And that's how you can really easily find out who's a pervert and who's not. And we go from one perversion to the other. I think I'm inside a Kaku demon. Those were horrifying moments. Short, sweet, and horrifying. It happened when I teleported inside a Kaku demon. I do believe in Doom 2. I never forget that day. But back to Resident Evil 3, because here, hopefully, we will not end up in the belly of any kind of monstrosity. Nemesis, I'm looking at you. Why am I playing this? You see, I started... Hopefully not. Yes, hopefully. Well, you see, the thing is, right around the time I started live streaming, around 1.5 years ago, I started playing the remake of Resident Evil 2. I thought that would be a good start for my horror research, since Resident Evil is a survival horror, so it's not as serious or scary as some of the other titles I will hopefully get to. And while I was playing through Resident Evil 2 multiple times to get all the trophies, I also played the demo of it. And I noticed a really interesting detail. You see certain parts of the demo, even though they were pretty much just taken out of the entire game, they were different. Now I'm not sure why. Guilty is charged. The rats know it. Don't try to play innocent here. In my shop, no one is innocent. So, I don't know why certain details were different in the demo compared to the full released game. Maybe the demo released much earlier and certain details got altered because the developers were still polishing up and tweaking some small details. Maybe they had to make some last minute changes, or I would say that when it comes to Capcom, we cannot rule out the possibility that the developers didn't want to spoil the puzzle in the full game when it releases, so they made a slightly different version for the demo. I can more than believe that, but honestly, I do not know what the real reason is. However, because of that, I'm curious if we can find any other differences, maybe in the demo of the third game, because it's also nice to find little details about the development of games. And in the demo we can see some earlier concepts maybe that I always find ever so interesting. Now let me see. Yeah, it's my own fault, my sickness got worse. Oh, you are sick? I know you mentioned something 2 days ago, but then I asked you last evening, I do believe, yesterday evening, I asked you while you were streaming and you said you are alright. That is indeed concerning. You have to rest a bit. Resident Evil 3 Original is better than Resident Evil 3 PS4 Remake. I would say that I think all the remakes, whatever platform they are on, they are the same. I don't think the PlayStation 4 or 5 or Xbox or PC would be better or worse. But I heard it from a lot of players that indeed the original game is just better. And I can understand it in many ways because first of all, a good portion of the game was just left on the cutting room floor. And that's a problem. I'm not sure if the developers were really rushing it because if I remember correctly, the remake of Resident Evil 2 was released in 2019, but I will look it up right now. Let's see if I remember it correctly. Yes, 2019. So that means that they released the remake of 2 1 year and then the remake of 3 the next year. So indeed they might have been a bit rushed. Overall, I still say that Resident Evil 3, the remake, is not bad. If you're not comparing it to the original, it's a fun game, it's obviously shorter. It's shorter than the remake of 2 as well. But it's an enjoyable little experience. And I think there's a reason why Capcom decided to release the second remake as a full-priced game. And with 3, they released it as a full-price game. However, they included a multiplayer mode in a bundle, sort of. So they probably knew, look, if we release this short game for the same price, people won't be happy. So let's give them another multiplayer game. I do believe it's called Resident Evil Resistance, which is a full multiplayer game. It's not even a mod of this game. And so you get 2 games for the price of 1. I can definitely see that. Let me see. According to my doctor, my cold grew to the bronchi and got worse. Yes, that's why you need to rest. It's so difficult to somehow convince people to take care of themselves. You need some rest, and that's alright. I felt it this morning. Well, that is your body telling you, hey, look, sit your butt down, stay in bed, and give me plenty of rest. And it's interesting because people, they often think of themselves as only the mind, the brain, but you see, there's a whole body attached to it, and you have to take care of your body in order to live a full life. So don't think about it as, oh, I have to do this stupid thing for my body, but be grateful that you can do so many things due to your body. And if you look a bit into biology, it's fascinating what the human body does every single moment. So give it a bit of help and it will serve you for many years. Now let's see. Resident Evil 2 was a masterpiece, yes, and all those who might remember the original reveal trailer, I do believe it was at E3, can remember that the entire Resident Evil remake era started with my kin, a poor rat who was crushed by a shelf. Yeah, that's still painful. Resident Evil 3 Remake was a quick cash grab, sadly. In a way, it's undeniable. I'm not sure why they did it, but at least they learned from it, because they made 4 better in a way. They spent enough time to encompass most of the original game, and hopefully they will keep doing just that. Oh, Zev, thank you for the resubscription. You've been subscribed to my channel for 8 months. That's amazing. Thank you so much. And thank you for the brick. And farewell, brick. That was quick. I can never even just say hello to the brick. They just leave. Jill Valentine is hot still. That's true. that's a good point. It's quite amazing what the fandom made of Jill. Let's just say that, because look, the new Rare Engine models are not only extremely detailed, but the games themselves are quite accessible to modding. And if you go on one of those modding websites, you can find quite the outfits for Jill, I can tell you. Now I'm in bed and rest, tea, chicken broth and medicine. Now, I feel sorry for you, but I hope you get well really soon. You're for Chris, that's also understandable. However, in Resident Evil 3 you won't get Chris, you only get Carlos. I'm sorry. Careful, don't get sick, yeah. Don't go licking around everyone. Flu season is coming up. Boulder Puncher Chris? Yes, most definitely. That's the one Chris we all love. I already lost a wisdom tooth, so... Oh, only one? Alright, I'm assuming they are not doing all of them at the same time. That would be quite the procedure. So you have to go back 3 additional times? Oh, that's a lot. Now, yes, only one. I would ask if you can, or whether or not you can keep the wisdom tooth, but I think they don't extract it in one piece, rather break it up and drill through it, so I would assume no. You are less wise now. 1 quarter less, I'm assuming. And I'm not sure, because they say people, as they grow old, they grow wiser. But there are some pretty stupid old people around. I was allowed to keep it, but I didn't, and yes, it's broken. Oh, really? Why didn't you keep it? You could have turned it into an earring or a necklace, or... Oh, I know! If you could keep all the pieces, you could make a really fashionable bracelet out of them. Just drill through them and take a leather strip. It would be wondrous. I'm sure people would people would be really interested to learn about the origins of the jewelry. Let me see. Oh, Dreadist, did you hear the theory as to why Chris and Leon, along with the other characters, all but Jill, is aging? I do believe yes. I'm not sure how much of a theory it is, because I think in the last animated CGI movie that was Death Island, it was pretty much confirmed that indeed Jill is not aging, and it was somehow connected to how she was infected. I'm not sure if the reasoning was that she got infected in Raccoon City by Nemesis, so I'm assuming the T Nemesis virus, or when before the events of Resident Evil 5 she got kidnapped by Wesker and received some form of a virus, but I'm not even sure if that is ever really discussed. What? Maybe the same strain that Wesker had? It's because of how times she was Infinite by Wesker back in RE4. Yes, sometime around Resident Evil 4. I'm not sure when the Lost in Nightmares expansion pack takes place, because that would be when Jill was abducted. Why can't I boop? Because I decided until my model is fully revealed, I would give my nose a bit of a rest from the boobs. Thank you. My nose appreciates it. So, let's start up this demo and let's see what we have. Juicy. Now, there is one thing that I want to say before I really start. Ow! That wasn't what I wanted to say, that was just my tail being pulled by Zeph. Ow, that hurts. You know the tail is just an extension of the spine, right? You are supposed to know that, you know biology. So, I remember really faintly that I played this demo before. I think... Yes, it was on PC, I'm not sure when, maybe around the time the game released or before that. And I was really bad at the dodging part, but I remember there was some challenge in the demo. I'm not sure what, I will have to try that. So, first of all, I have to figure out what, because I made a quick search online and players are talking about different challenges, so I'm not sure. Infected by Wesker, all the TG and other viruses she was infected with is not allowing her body to age. Stupid phone spell checker, yes. I know she also was receiving some virus medication, chemicals, I'm not sure, that allowed Wesker to control her. If you ever played or watched Resident Evil 5, you might remember the boss fight where we have to remove that device from her breast area, which was obviously not just an excuse for the developers to make Jill pulled down the zipper on her new really tight blue bodysuit. Absolutely not. Also, that is the time when Jill was blonde. I think for the only one time. So let's see. English subtitles. Yes, I'm using headphones. Thank you very much. Do we see the pattern? I think we see the pattern, yes. I wouldn't say barely, but this is not one of those really scary, spooky, dark games. Adjust until the picture on the left disappears. Well, it disappeared alright because I can't even see it. I love it when every game in the beginning starts with setting the brightness, the gamma, and they always say, oh, there are two images on the screen right now. One you can see and the other one you can't. And I'm like, if I can't see it, how can I even be sure that it's there? Because right now I cannot see two typewriters. I don't even know what would be on the left. Maybe it's Nemesis with a big smile, and I wouldn't know. Okay. That was hot. Blonde Jill was attractive if she wasn't brainwashed. Yes, but I mean, she beat up Chris something fierce. Like, she was really on the top of her game there in the ruins. But it was interesting, in my opinion, how the developers took the old characters, Jill, Chris, Wesker, really going back to the first game, and they were able to kind of refresh them in many ways. With Chris, we got the really buff guy. That's the one case where I don't even try to deny that he would be using some steroids, because if you look at Chris in the first game and Chris in the fifth game, it's like, nah. That wasn't just lifting weights, I'm sorry. With Jill, they did an entire kind of makeover with the suit, the hair, everything. And also it's really nice how it is even revealed that Jill is the masked stranger, even though it's kind of obvious as they set it up, but it's still nice. And with Wesker, we see an even kind of stronger version of Wesker compared to Code Veronica. I think he already had the glowing red eyes there, but with the entire outfit and everything, he is really the strongest he's ever been. And obviously we get a new partner in the character of Sheva, and I still think Sheva was a really, really fun character. A lot of players will make fun of her because when you play the game alone, you're playing as Chris, more likely, and the AI was a bit silly at times, and if you played through the game, you heard Sheva yell out partner a million times, and so everyone who played that game, the moment Sheva is mentioned, they will just yell partner, which is ridiculous. But it's fun. It brings the community together. But she was an interesting character, and I would like to see her return as well. Yes, I agree to everything. Thank you, thank you. Don't steal too many of my personal data. Who knows, someone wants to impersonate me. That would be just terrible. Nah. Indeed, as you can see, all rights reserved 1999 and 2020. Or random lyrics. And that is from The Valor Man, a sea shanty by Nathan Evans. It was quite a popular song a few years ago. I'm sure a lot of you heard it before in YouTube shorts and on TikTok for those young hip kids who are on TikTok. I still don't understand that platform, to be perfectly honest. When I hear TikTok, I'm thinking of a clock, and then all the youths around me start wondering, why would a digital watch make a noise? And that's the moment when I just kind of give up on explaining things, and I just go back to my to my old school ways. As someone I think said during one of my previous streams, I'm not ancient, I'm vintaged. Had an entire Spotify playlist. Wow. So it is a really fun song, and it's one that, even though it is sang brilliantly by the singer, I do believe everyone could really sing it, because it is a sea shanty, so it works in a group as well. And one detail that I loved, obviously, is the mention of tea. So this song is about whaling, hunting for whales, and all the people on the deck of the boat, they are fighting for weeks and weeks, and all they want is sugar, tea, and rum. And, well, if you're out in the cold, being wet all day long, certainly a bit of rum doesn't harm you. it warms you up a bit, but sugar and tea, that's where it is. And a fun fact, the Valor Man, when I first heard this song, I kind of figured that the Valor Man would be a merchant ship or something like that, because they bring the supplies, right? And so I looked it up, because I thought maybe it's an old word, a Valor Man, who knows? And as it turns out, no, there is a reason why that word is capitalized there. It has a capital W, because that is actually referring to the name of a company. I do believe it was Valor and someone else, and they were this big company, and that is where what the song is referring to. So that's a really fun one. But let me do a hydration here. Wondrous warm tea. Thank you. And a bit of a stretching. It's also about delivery runs of sugar, tea, and rum, not just whale. Oh, it is a merchant ship whose captain was a whaler. Oh, I see. I see. It's really nicely written. There are many parts that I enjoy in that song, because it tells a story, right? How they are going after the whale. And interestingly, it doesn't even necessarily end, because I think the song, rather than saying that, yeah, they caught the whale and then returned to port, it ends by saying that rumor has it that they are still fighting and going after the whale. It's kind of a legend in a way. Soon may the Valorman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. It's a fun song. Now, let's see if we can do something in this demo, because we don't have a whale, we have a nemesis. And that's a really tough one too. The final game may differ from this demo. Fair enough. You cannot save or load your game in this demo. That's also fair. I would assume it's not a really long demo. Alright, I need a sea shanty sung by Dread. I'm not sure if I could really sing them.
Hey, Captain. This fine young lady could use our help.
Carlos, you didn't even think to ask fine young lady her name? She is an elite operative of RPD, Special Tactics and Rescue Service. Her name is something Valentine.
It's Jill.
Nice to meet you, Jill. I am UBCS Platoon Leader Mikhail Victor. My team was sent here to rescue civilians.
Right. How's that going for you?
The city is completely cut off, isolated. Most of the 100,000 civilians will wind up dead. Correction, undead. My platoon has suffered serious losses. Just keeping them alive is more than I can manage.
Well, you can thank your corporate overlords for that.
Yes. Well, we are doing all we can. If we can get this subway train moving, we can evacuate some survivors. But we need help. My men cannot do this alone.
All right. I'm in. But I am on their side, not yours.
Oh, hey. It's cool. We all want the same thing.
Thank you, Jill.
All right, Super Cop. Here you go. We can use this to stay in contact.
I know what a radio is.
Okay, first things first. We need to get you geared up. Head up to street level. You'll find supplies there.
All right.
Now, here, I know I mentioned these things when I originally played the game, but there are a few things that I just want to repeat here, because I think there are tiny details in the writing that are really worth repeating. One, I love how Carlos says "fine young lady," referring to Jill, and then the platoon leader uses the same phrase to say, well, didn't you even think about asking the young fine lady's name? Is just quite fun to me. Also, this is where we start the game. Well, somewhat where we start the game. After the initial beginning of the game, we descend into this subway, and that's where the game really opens up and gives us our missions. And if we go back up here, why I tried that, even though now here it is logged, you can find one of the Charlie dolls. And something that is not in the finished game is this poster, definitely, because I would remember it. So this was a kind of fun Easter egg that the developers put here, April 3rd, 2020. The second thing that I love about this discussion is how Mikhail says that all the citizens of Raccoon City will end up dead. Correction, undead. Which is such a small thing. But I think it really adds to the character. It shows a kind of cynical outlook. Because he's been through a lot, right? He's been working as a mercenary, as a soldier, probably for many years to be in the position that he is now. And in a way, maybe he deals with certain things through that dark humor, like so many people who are facing quite tragic and painful things on a daily basis. Oh, there's another one. And another lovely thing is how this discussion happens. Because at this point in the story, Umbrella sent the UBCS here to save the citizens and all that, but it turns out, well, it's not exactly true or entirely true. They have secondary missions, or maybe those are the primary missions, finding and taking care of some of the scientists and certain Umbrella personality who might be able to speak out against the company, while Jill knows that Umbrella caused all this. She was there in the mansion incident. She knows the secrets of Umbrella. However, when she reported it to the RPD, the Raccoon City Police Department, she was dismissed, just like the rest of the STARS team, by the police chief. I do believe his name was Brian Irons, because, well, he was on the payroll of Umbrella as well. And here what I really liked is that we can see two mature characters, Togue, Jill, and Mikhail, and they are on the opposite ends of this situation in a way. One hates Umbrella, one is working for Umbrella, but they are not jumping at each other's throats. They show respect to a certain degree, and they understand that in this situation they want the same thing. They want to rescue civilians, they want to get out, let's work together. And it's a really nice back and forth how Mikhail knows at least that she's called Valentine, and in a way he introduces her to Carlos, and then Jill actually in quite a nice tone says, well, it's Jill, and then she takes these little stabs at Mikhail for well, the corporate overlords, and how is saving the civilians working out, but they are quickly reply to by saying that, look, this is not really the situation for arguing about who's in the right and who's in the wrong. We are all in deep trouble here. And I really like that part. Not to mention that Jill and Carlos has this kind of bickering back and forth throughout most of the game, how Carlos tries to be this savior, the prince on the white steed, and Jill, should be the damsel in distress in this fantasy, but she's not accepting that role one bit. And so she always makes sure that she lets Carlos know that, yeah, I know how to use a radio, thank you very much. Maybe you're here as a mercenary or whatever, but
Shit, Captain. They really took a chunk out of you.
Nothing that I will miss.
but she's part of Stars, so she knows what she's doing as well. Also, lovely response. It's... I wouldn't say that Mikhail is necessarily like tired of life or something like that, but whatever happens, he always has a kind of snappy response. Interesting movies there. Living Corpses. Ooh, who are you? I'll never give in. Okay. And obviously Mega Man. A reference that we will see later on as well. Yes, I know how to run. I remember that much, thank you. No, I'm not sure if we will find all the notes and such. I know there is a newspaper here that actually talks about, I think, animal attacks in the forest or something like that. Cannibal murders, yes, something along those lines. The Cannibal Murders, a complete digest. Oh, what a pun. In the grey of the morning on September 25th, a frantic caller telephoned the RPD to report an assault. A man described as disheveled, like a vagrant, was attacking a passerby north of the Lamps Museum of Art. The responding officers discovered the mutilated corpse of a woman by some dumpsters nearby. Dozens of bite marks covered her body, and she had been dismembered, suggesting she had been eaten. The third known incident of its kind to occur in Raccoon City this month. So, who done it? Who's been munching on man's steak? We here at News Comet have a knowing feeling that the so-called cannibal disease patients Spencer Memorial has been providing free treatment for since August might not be settling for just the cafeteria food. Our reporters have infiltrated Spencer Memorial, asked the tough questions, and come back with horror stories that will make your stomach roil. Turn the page for the scoop. This is such newspaper writing. All the puns, which, as a word lover, I appreciate the puns, but when you are talking about murders and grisly murders like these, I'm not sure if it's really professional to make puns about people who died. But indeed, this is here, and I have a feeling all the notes and items and such will be here.
Jill? It's me again. You topside yet?
Working on it. So what's the plan?
The old tanks got me clearing the tracks. You mind getting the subway infrastructure back online?
And how do I do that?
Let's start by restoring power. I'll navigate you to the substation once you hit the main road.
Copy that. Let's do this fast.
Damn, I almost fell asleep, but Creator of Chaos said no. I'm sorry to hear that, but someone with the name, the creator of chaos, you can't quite blame them. They are living up to their name. Murder, yes. Murder. Not arson, but almost. Now, let me see what do we have here? Do we have any kind of... Yes, that's the map. Inventory, files, challenge, anything like that? I remember some silly challenge about dodging. Maybe not. So let's take these. Thank you for the herbs, obviously need them. I gave him the name for a reason, you see? That's a name that is true to their owner. Good naming. Now, I'm curious, what is that emoticon called? That's a Kamehameha love. Actually, that's exactly what I was thinking. It's like a Kamehameha with love, and then I was like, oh, wait, no, it's it's just that. Goodness. Now let's see. Obviously we don't have a flashlight and we can't see darn anything. This will not work. This in the full game is a puzzle that we can solve. Not here. We have the item box, which is lovely. Now I'm pretty sure I can combine everything because I don't think I will find or have access to the shotgun or any other weapon in this demo other than the pistol. I want bubble tea, but I can't have caffeine nor the bubbles at the moment. Oh, I guess because of your wisdom tooth extraction. That's indeed a shame. Now, I heard... Damn, want some dino nuggies? Those are nice. I'm not sure why people are near obsessed with chicken nuggets. That was one thing when I returned almost 2 years ago now to my realm after 10 years. The one thing that I really quickly noticed on social media is that most people developed a sort of chicken nugget addiction. They would give their life for chicken nuggets sometimes, and I find it really quite interesting. I like vegan dino nuggets. They taste good. I wonder what is in them. Now I heard that in the demo there are 20... Wait a moment. You have different dino nuggets? Oh, I see. So Zev has the more burnt ones, and Schmoozer has the lightly grilled. I see. Makes sense. Makes sense with the arson. So, in Resident Evil 3, there are a number of Charlie dolls, bobbleheads, as you can see them here. At least one of them. And I played through the game many times and I could not find all of them. So that is a task that is still waiting for me. However, in the demo there are 20 of them, as I heard. And I decided this would be a really good exercise for me to get my collectible gathering instincts back to the sharpness that I need them to be at. So this is one. Now maybe, I'm not sure, but maybe some of those will be in the same place where they are in the base game, or rather the full released game. So maybe we can even find one through this demo. But for now, that's one. I see Zev has a new emoticon, and it's terrifying. Now, this was obviously not in the full game, or I already found it.
More survivors. We've got to get that train moving.
Draw and fire. That was the window. That was the head. That was the other head. I mean, another headshot, not another head. They only have one. Oh goodness, what is that? Zeph in a jar. I'm concerned. And that is a lurking schmoozer right there. Oh, there's one. And you might have heard that they make a little clicking sound, the Charlie dolls, but if they are far away like this one, you can't hear a thing. You're supposed to be dead. I mean, you kind of are, but then again you aren't. Oh, that's a comfy schmoozer. Now let's look around here. Obviously in the demo 20 collectibles is a lot, so they will be quite close to each other. Maybe I already missed a few, who knows, but I'll look around first, have a bit of fun, and figure out how this demo is. As I mentioned in the beginning, I took a break from this third game after the Nightmare playthrough, and I am planning on returning to it. However, that was a critical shot. However, unfortunately it was removed from the PlayStation Plus subscription since the time I played it. So I will have to purchase the game, and I'm planning to do that. But I thought maybe playing the demo would help me kind of get back in the groove of things. As I said, get my collectible senses back to top, because I need my senses sharp and keen here. Ow! What was that? Okay, the first bite, that didn't hurt as much, but this second one, it hurt a lot. Ouch. Oh, what an idea. This is fine. How would you say it? Meme amplified by placing a snowman amongst the flames. How terrifying. Now, this is the store, and I know for a fact there is a Charlie doll in the store. You better stay down. I'm not sure where it is, but I know for a fact there is one. inside here. Now I'm not sure we will get to the point that we can open this door. So I'm not sure if that is one of the 20 that we are looking for in the demo. Oh, what's that? Spirits! Oh, umbrella noodles! Only 8.45? A 12 pack? Wow. Elephant restaurant tomato soup. That's terrifying. Stop making such a ruckus. You're dead? You take the noodles? It's a good deal, right? Real good deal. But they are umbrella noodles, so maybe you grow a tentacle or something if you eat them.
Carlos, I've reached the main avenue. Which way do I go?
See a big transmission tower? That's the substation. You'll have to circle around through an alley to your right to get there.
You mean the alley that's on fire?
Maybe. Surely a tall drink of water like yourself can put out a few flames.
Fuck you.
The double wordplay with how Carlos says a tall drink of water like you. I love it. Nah. Let's go, let's kill these zombies. Oh, look at that zombie just putting everything into that move. He really hated that barricade. Now we wait for all three of them to be in the blast zone. They were. And I even saved a bullet on not shooting the box. Just blowing it up. Alright. Anything on this side of the things? No. Hello there. Now I'm not sure what difficulty this is. I will try my best to actually kill all of the zombies. This is not entirely possible on every difficulty, but let's hope that this is not such a crazy difficulty that would ask us to circle around most zombies. Put your hands down. I don't want to shoot your pinky, I want to shoot your head. It's fine, just noodles from umbrella. What could go wrong, right? Nothing. Nothing at all. Oh my goodness, my aim is terrible. Finally. Moon's Donuts. Lovely place. How tough are these heads? Oh, that was just your cap? I wanted your head. Oh. You are an easier target than the previous one. Not sure why. Maybe your head is more magnetic, attracting the bullets. Oh, great. Finally done with the third one. The first one gets up. I never said I want them for myself. Ooh, good point. Good point. It's a gift. Nah, let's look around. And I do believe there is, in the full game, a Charlie doll on top of the donut shop. I'm not sure where, I don't remember, but I think there was one. However, no, I can't see it here. And honestly, I can't really see any Charlie dolls around here, which is concerning. let's look around. So this way we have someone who just got the munchies. Not anymore. Yes, they are dead. And I get myself a little shortcut here. You ate some? Oh, don't worry about it. Who doesn't need some T-virus in their life? Or G. Who knows? I'm really not sure if you can have a lamp or not have a lamp in this game. But I sure would need one. Okay, we found another one. And indeed you can hear it. What does that say? Woody Pen Products Inc. Wow. What a company name. I remember I was always looking around here wondering if there is a Charlie doll somewhere in this area. If there really is one there and I will find it in the full game, ooh, I will feel stupid. I always wondered, like, this area would be a good spot for a Charlie doll. But I can't hear a thing. Oh my goodness, what a scary new fit! Welcome in, Skady. Indeed, it's my new model. I'm really quite happy with it. How are you doing, my dear Dreadist? I'm doing quite wonderfully, just playing the demo of Resident Evil 3 before I return to the full game and try to finally get all of my trophies. As you can see, my aim is quite terrible right around now. I'm working on it. But how are you? You look amazingly terrifying. Thank you so much. Let me see. The drugstore owner's journal. This will be important. I was able to actually reveal most of my model thanks to my followers on Blue Sky. But there are still a few details left. So, to those who might have not liked or reposted my original announcement, you can do it right here and help me out with a like or a repost. Actually, thanks to a few extra likes, I do believe just on Monday it was, or Tuesday, I was able to reveal my little tea toggle. It's lovely, isn't it? Delicious tea. I'm very tired. Life is kicking my ass right now. Today is my day off, so I'm resting as much as possible. That's a really good idea. To all those who might not know, Skady is a fellow VTuber, and she is working so hard all the time. She is a really busy armadillo. I'm checking it out right now. I hope you like my new design there. What an ominous teacup. Yes, indeed. It's actually quite similar to the one in my tea emoticon, as you can see. Except now in this form I am a bit closer to my real monstrous side. I feel quite free, you might say. I see a mole spy. Her name is Skady. Ooh, a mole? That's dangerous. Moles are indeed dangerous. And you see, in a way, moles as spies are quite fitting, because some spies were indeed called moles. If you look at the definition of mole, one of the definitions will be a spy, such as a double agent who establishes a cover long before beginning espionage. So indeed, if you just say someone is a mole, that means they are a spy. Yes, your design is so great. Thank you. I love the black and white and grainy effect. And as you can see, I even have my glowing lantern charm. For some odd reason, Physalia seems to be quite fond of that detail. Odd. You look right out of a nightmare we can't quite remember. Ooh. Loki, don't you dare call me that. Ooh. Love you, Skitty. Yes, we all really like you. Let's see, August 24th. I think this is the node that helps us open this here safe. No wonder Physalia loved the new design. Very bright. Indeed, just like my eyes. If you take a closer look. You see? Isn't it an inviting shimmer? Now come closer. How do you like Resident Evil 3 so far, even if it's still the demo? Well, I do like Resident Evil 3. I played it quite a lot. I actually got all the way to playing through it on Nightmare, which was, I do believe, a fitting name for that difficulty. But no, I decided before I return and try to get the rest of my missing trophies in the full game, I would take a look at the demo. Maybe we find something interesting, or attempt the challenge in the demo, because some Resident Evil demos actually have little hidden challenges in them. I was calling you the Master of Spies, aka a super spy, the best mole spy. Ooh, someone is trying to escape the rat of the Skady. I can't look away. Good. I see, some warm-up before going trophies hunting. Yes, because you see, I played through Resident Evil 2, the remake. It took me a long time, but I got all of the trophies. I played through the game on normal, standard difficulty, on hardcore. I did the speed runs, I did the extra modes. I found all the raccoon figurines. Darn you, Mr. Raccoon! But indeed, I was able to find all of them. And after that, I foolishly assumed that doing all of this again in Resident Evil 3 would be easier, since I heard so much about how this game is short and it doesn't even have any DLCs, so yay for me. I will take half of the rats for cuddles now. Okay, I guess, if they consent, but would you be ever so nice and let some of my technicians actually work on the stream, because I kind of sort of need them. So when I started playing Resident Evil 3, I played through, I do believe, on standard difficulty. I then tried amateur, standard again, hardcore. I played nightmare. I think I even went back to another run on amateur maybe to find everything, and it took me so much time to figure out where all the weapon parts are. It was ridiculous. I'm still missing 2 notes, and I had this idea maybe they are like in the second playthrough, like in Resident Evil 2, but there are no B playthroughs in this game. So then I thought maybe they are hidden on higher difficulties, but I couldn't even find it on Nightmare. And only Inferno is left now, which is the highest difficulty. And I can't find the Don Charlie dolls. So I feel like I played this game more than the second, and I'm not even close to getting all of the trophies. I'm still missing so many collectible trinkets, and honestly, once I played through the game like 3 times and I couldn't find the weapon parts, I was really questioning if I can even do it, and I just said, alright, I'm trying everything I can, and I finally figured out where they are. I will not spoil it because it's ridiculous, so if you ever want to play Resident Evil 3 or you haven't found them, good luck. Now let me see, can I eat the rats? No, you cannot eat my rats. Please keep my kin away from your mouth. Except for kisses, they appreciate kisses. That's why I only take half of them. You get them back, no worries. Alright. Oh yes, Inferno. I don't know what Inferno will be like. Honestly, after the Nightmare playthrough, I'm not sure what Inferno can even be like. Because I played on hard and it was going okay, I would say. And funny enough, the boss fights were the easier parts for me. I was struggling more with the zombies shambling around, but I played through it. And then I started Nightmare and I said, alright, let's buy a few stronger weapons. We have the points for that. Let's use some help because the game provides you with help. I didn't necessarily want to use infinite weapons, but I said, let's get at least like a pistol, okay? And I started playing, and the boss fights were destroying me. So at that point I was using infinite ammo for a pistol. I think I even used Carlos's machine gun. It's an assault rifle. I used the barbecue knife, I think, for Jill. And I was still struggling, and the last 2 boss fights took me half a stream each, like 2 hours of just trying, and the last boss is ridiculously short, but it was really difficult to get all the moves right. And so after that I was thinking, I'm not sure if they can even make the boss fights any more difficult than this, because I'm already dying with like 1 hit, so whatever. And I said I wouldn't play the Inferno because there's no point, but I think there is actually a trophy for Inferno, so I will once I get more upgrades and more trophies, because I think in Resident Evil 2, once you got all the raccoon figurines, you got the infinite knife, if I'm not mistaken, which I actually used on the hardcore runs, I think, but it shows how different the difficulties are. In Resident Evil 2, I used the infinite knife, meaning that it cannot break, but you can still lose it. And I didn't want to lose it, so every time I used it on a zombie, I always went back to recover it, and whenever I was fighting a boss, I wouldn't use it because then I might lose the knife, and I don't want that. So that was like an extra added difficulty of me just being silly. Here in Resident Evil 3, it's like, whatever you have, give me. Like, that's why I want to find the notes and the Charlie dolls, because if they give me, I don't know, an infinite rocket launcher, I'm going with that. I need that help, thank you. Now, let me see. The game is definitely testing your sanity, yes. Fun thing is you can get all the weapon parts and the raccoon and Charlie dolls in one playthrough. I don't doubt that. It's only that it's difficult to find some of them. With the Charlie dolls, I think they are a bit easier. Well, no, the raccoon figures I think are a bit easier than the Charlie dolls. Especially if you missed some, because the raccoon figures have a base, and once you break the raccoons, when you replay the game, the base is still there. So you know, okay, here I found the collectible, but I collected it already. With the Charlie dolls, even though they have the same freaking base, those break as well. So it's difficult to know where you already found a collectible, and I'm pretty sure I forgot a few of them. So it's tricky to figure out, like, which area should I look at more thoroughly. I finished it on normal and hard, I think, but definitely didn't have the commitment to hunt down everything. Yes, it's multiple playthroughs, definitely. Even if you have a guide, even if you look everything up, you have to play through the game normal, hard, or hardcore, nightmare and inferno, and get enough kills to get the challenges done, so you get points and unlock the infinite weapons and the extra things. It's a long game. I'm not sure if the developers necessarily decided to add the extra 2 difficulties because it would suit the game, or because they wanted to make the game longer, since it's actually shorter than Resident Evil 2. But I have to say Nightmare and probably Inferno is for really only the people who are insane enough to go the extra mile. I just remember the game being very unfair to me. It can feel very unfair. Yeah, I realized the help was needed. The pain of it all. Yes. Skady used Google for Resident Evil 3 help? I'm not sure. I don't think Skady actually wanted to get the trophies or the collectibles. So I think she just played through the game and enjoyed it for what it is. And in a way, I would recommend doing that if you are not dead set on like doing everything in the Resident Evil games or getting all the trophies or something like that. Play one title as long as you enjoy it, because I played many Resident Evil games they can be really difficult. Resident Evil 2 on hardcore, especially when you're running against the clock, can be a tricky thing. 3 definitely with the new difficulties. The 5 hardcore is really tricky because of your partner. Resident Evil 6 has the no hope difficulty, which is, I would say, impossible to do without infinite weapons, and even with those it's really difficult. The 7 Madhouse mode I don't even think I ever played. 8 is maybe Village the easiest one, because if you played it enough and upgraded every weapon, you can kind of balance out the difficulty. It's not really, but you're like in a good spot. But don't start with the high difficulties. You get murdered. Oh, Infinite Knife works on all knives, not just the first knife you have. I do believe it was a special knife that you get, an item. And that one doesn't have the little bar that shows the durability. I know it's a special item, you get it from the item box. So you can use the other knives you find all over the place, but those will break as far as I know. Nope, I just had fun doing 2 playthroughs. It was enough for me, and that's fair. That's fair. It's only that I really like the Resident Evil games. I think they are fun. Mostly doable as well. And so I decided I would try to get as many trophies in the franchise as I can. And so far I got the 100% in the second remake. I will try to get it in the third one. I got the platinum of Umbrella Corps, which is a game that no one has the platinum of, pretty much, except for trophy hunters and maniacs. I got some of the multiplayer trophies in Operation Raccoon City, and maybe there's something more that I'm forgetting now. And so I will try to go one title at a time. I know it's a bit all over the place because I started with the second, but let's not forget that Capcom started with remaking the second, so that's a tricky thing. And my idea was like, okay, I play the second, then I play the third, because that happens at the same time. But maybe I should play the first one because that's like the trilogy of Raccoon City, but then you have to play 0 because that's important to the first. So they are all interconnected in a way, and it's tricky to find a good like a progression, because after 3 you can go pretty much all over the place. 4, 5, 6 they work on their own. 7, 8 they work together, and 9 I don't know. And yes, indeed, I was forgetting one, that was Reverse. That was the multiplayer game that they let me see, that they released with Village. It was a multiplayer game, and I managed to get all the trophies in it, 100%. It doesn't have a platinum, and that game is no longer available. The servers were shut down, meaning that if someone wants to get all of the trophies in the Resident Evil franchise, only those are still in the race who have those 12 trophies. And I have them. As far as I know, there is no trophy that I don't have, and it's impossible to get. There are some really, really difficult ones. There are some really tricky ones that I would need help with, or even certain hardware to do. But so far, the race is still on. Let me see. If I had to do trophy hunting or anything, I might do Resident Evil 2. I liked it better than 3. And that's a fair point. I think everyone should do trophy hunting in the games that they like. I came up with this idea of every Resident Evil game, which is stupid. And definitely when I was playing Umbrella Corps, which was a lot of grinding and looking for people to do the trophy hunting together, and when I was doing Reavers and I tried to actually get some of the trophies in normal games with almost no player base left, those were challenging. I really did not enjoy some parts of Reavers because it's like a deathmatch game, and I don't like those kind of games at all. But I felt like if the servers are shutting down, I give it a try. I do my best, and I actually found some people to do the trophy hunt with, and so I have it. But there were moments definitely when I said, yeah, I'm not enjoying this game at all, or trying to get the trophies at all. But there are more than 1,000 trophies in the Resident Evil games. So yeah, there will be a few that I won't necessarily like, but that's kind of my choice, that I said all of them, some I will like more, some I will like less. For those who just want to enjoy the game, I always say don't care about the trophies, don't care about the leaderboards, play the part that you want. Even if you, let's say you like Resident Evil 2 but only playing it as Leon because maybe his weapons are better suited for you, play as Leon. Or play as Claire. Whatever you like. You don't have to play every aspect of every game. There are more than plenty of Resident Evil games. Just the ones I can quickly remember from 0 to 8, we already have 9 numbered titles with all DLCs. And then we have Revelations 1 and 2. We have the multiplayer ones like Resistance, Reavers, Operation Raccoon City, and then which one the last? Umbrella Corps. So that's already, I do believe, 15. And we have 2 Chronicles. So that's 17. And I'm probably forgetting something. So soon it will be like 20 games. You have plenty of Resident Evil to play if you don't like one. So many games, indeed. I think I just proved that. I need to get back to Ari with some of the side games. I really like the Resident Evil games. The only problem is because I take so much time with each one. Because it's not just I play through the game and I'm done. I go back for all the trophies. It takes a long time for me to get through a good portion of them. Operation Raccoon City Platinum will be the hardest because you need very specific characters on a team for certain chapters. Actually, I'm not as much concerned about the platinum of Operation Raccoon City because I have the multiplayer trophies of the base game. I know on higher difficulties the game can be an absolute bitch to get through, but that's single player. That means I have all the time in the world to do it somehow. What is concerning to me are the trophies of the multiplayer DLCs of Operation Raccoon City, because even playing those is really difficult. I don't have those. I would definitely need people to unlock those trophies, and that will be an entire little adventure to get those trophies. So I certainly keep an eye on Capcom, because if they ever announce that, oh, we are shutting down some other servers, I will be in quite the pickle. If they say that they will shut down the servers of Resistance, I will also be in quite a pickle. Because you see, Resident Evil Village, which was, by the way, released after the remake of Resident Evil 3, it had Reverse as a multiplayer game bundled with the big game, and they shut down the servers of that game, right? No, I was surprised that they shut down the newer title, the more recent one. However, that game only had 12 trophies, and not insanely time-consuming ones, fortunately. As far as I know, Reverse was much easier to complete than the Resident Evil Resistance game, which was bundled with the remake of the third one, the one I'm actually playing right now. And that game has some 40 trophies. It's much more time consuming. It's mostly dead because it's multiplayer. It takes a lot of grinding. You need, if I'm not mistaken, 5 or 6 players just to start up the darn thing. And on top of all of that, why I wasn't able to play that game, because I played Resident Evil 3 as part of the PlayStation Plus subscription. But for some odd reason, Capcom decided not to include Resistance in the same subscription. Why? I still have no idea. Absolutely no idea why they did that. But now if I get my hands on the third one, I will get Resistance as well, and I can start grinding away those trophies, hopefully. You'll win the Resident Evil Trophy Crown King. I do believe, maybe I'm incorrect, but I do believe there are multiple people on the world, or in the world right now, who have every Resident Evil trophy to this date. At least in one release of every game. That will obviously change every time a new game releases. The next one being Resident Evil Requiem. I do believe early 2026. And there are some rumors that Resident Evil Code Veronica is getting a remake that will release in 2027, and in 2028 we will get the remake of Resident Evil 0. So I will have to pick up the pace. You need friends. Those trophies are getting impossible to get. Yes. Yes, multiplayer trophies are always impossible at first. I played some multiplayer games, and most of the time people get to those games once there is the doubt or an announcement that the servers will be shutting down, and everyone kind of just rushes in. And it's a really interesting experience when trophy hunters from all around the world they jump into the game that is maybe 10 years old, 15 years old, and they are just doing the most ridiculous things. And I always love it when in the chat you start to make these little plans for how you can maximize getting trophies, what we are going for, so it's always fair. And I loved it when it's like, okay, we are here, the 4 of us, so first I kill all of you, and then the second player kills all of us, and then the third player kills everyone else, and the fourth player kills everyone else, and then we start the head shooting challenge. So if you see anyone, just shoot them in the face. Like in Umbrella Corps, I love that when you need a headshot. No, not headshots, my bad. Revenge kills. Revenge kill is when you get killed by someone and then you kill your killer. And so what it was, we played on a small map that was based on the village in Resident Evil 4. And the rule was, you just go in the middle of the square, you shoot the person in front of you, you wait, the person comes back, shoots you in the face, and then you repeat. And you do it for 5 minutes because that's the match length. And you keep doing that. And I loved it, just shooting each other in the face for 20 minutes. And it's weird because you break the idea of the game that it's competitive, but you turn it into a kind of group effort of how can we do this as quickly as possible. And I love it because actually most trophy hunters are really happy to help you with something that they already have. So for example, when someone already had enough kills, they were maybe just standing there in the corner, so we have enough players, and they were like, okay, now I will go and eat my breakfast. You can just kill me as many times as you want, I don't care. And I really like that. And every time I go trophy hunting, if I have something already, I always tell the people, do whatever you like, I don't care. You kill me 1,000,000 times, that's okay. Let me see. Yes, Katie, most new and a lot of old multiplayer games, you need friends or people to play with. Yes, that's the tricky part of multiplayer. You need people. Because it's a completely different games and servers. Damn, so many remakes coming up. I need to pick up the pace to catch on. Says one stuck in 3 very long games. Well, other than Requiem, nothing is actually confirmed. And let's not forget that Capcom had some years where they weren't publishing or releasing big Resident Evil titles. They worked on maybe Monster Hunter World or something else, or they only released the DLC, like how after Village we had to wait like a half or maybe an entire year for Shadow of Rose, I think. And with Resident Evil 4 we had to wait for Separate Ways. So maybe they release Requiem, if it gets a DLC, maybe that's what we get a year later, and then we have to wait another year for one of the remakes. I think they have 2 or 3 studios working on just Resident Evil games at this point. But exactly what Loki said earlier with what happened around Resident Evil 3, the remake of it, I always prefer if they put extra work into the game and they say, look, we need another half year. I'm like, okay, you take as much time as you want, make the final product good, make it fair. I don't care how much time I have to wait. So if they say, for example, they would remake Resident Evil 5, but they ask for 3-4 years to make it because it's bigger, it's completely understandable. If they say that they want to remake Resident Evil 6 and they ask for 5 years, I will not be surprised because that game is ridiculously long. Resident Evil 6 is actually 4 entire campaigns. It's a long game. So I always say, take your time, and I always appreciate whenever a company, a studio actually announces that they are taking more time, that there is a delay. Most people start being upset that they need to wait. I always say I like that they are not trying to rush the game, because you can't. It will be unfinished, you need a bunch of patches, the initial release will be terrible, and the reviews will be just in the dump, and that doesn't help anyone. Strategy to play the game weirdly. Exactly, there are so many of that. Sadly, the one game I want to platinum is impossible because it costs $500 and having PlayStation Plus. Really? Oh, I want to not. Okay, Star Citizen, no. Godzilla for PlayStation 4, one of the rarest and most expensive games for the PlayStation 4. The Godzilla game that I think actually I heard is not so good. Oh, so damn expensive it is. There are some really expensive games. Not as much on PlayStation 4 or 5 or newer consoles, I would say. I don't even know why Godzilla became so expensive. Maybe because I would assume it's physical release only and it had a limited run, maybe. But one game, for example, that I would love to play one day is Rule of Rose, which was released on PlayStation 2, and it's one of the most expensive PlayStation games in existence. Agreed, we are always happy to wait more for the game to be perfect. Yes, unfortunately the publisher not always agrees with that sentiment. Godzilla for PlayStation 4 has a multiplayer mode of a freeway free-for-all. Wow. Only problem is if you choose a different kaiju, then the other two people will gang up on you for it. So wait, that means you're not on... Wait a moment. You need to buy the game for $500. Alright, that's doable if you have the money. Then you need the PlayStation Plus to play multiplayer, so I assume that's online multiplayer. And then you have to find 2 other individuals in the whole wide world who actually has the same extremely expensive game. I would say the last one is the most challenging part, because most players will just not have that game. That's because it was removed from the PlayStation Store, and that for a physical copy, yes. It was absolutely shit. I own it. It was removed from all digital storefronts. Its story only lasted for 4 hours long. That's a short story. I saw someone actually play it and make a video of it once, but as much as it intrigues me due to the price and the rarity, because it's not a horror game, I don't much care about it. But then again, I know there are horror games where I feel the same way. There are so many brilliant horror games from the golden age of horror, as I like to call it, the PlayStation 2, GameCube, I want to say the Dreamcast as well. They are ridiculously expensive. You need a working console, you need a TV that works with it, and let's not even start on how you even record it. You have to win 50 online matches. Ooh. Now those are the ones where right away my trophy hunter mind starts up and the little gears start to turn, because most people will say, okay, well, you just beat me and that's it, or wait for the timer to go down, that's too long. I remember in some games what they were doing. I think in the 2013 Tomb Raider I saw a group doing that. You had to win a certain number of matches, so what they did, everyone joined in, started the game, everyone left except for one. That one person won right away. Let's do it again. They could do 2-3 matches and wins in 1 minute with that idea, and they just rotated around. And if they, let's say they had 4 players, they needed 10 wins, that 40 matches, that's actually 20 minutes or so. You can do it. And that's what I love when I played Umbrella Corps, and you slowly start to learn from others. Like, I was so surprised why all the players running around with incendiary grenades in Umbrella Corps. I didn't understand. And then I finally understood once I saw what they were doing, because in that game, sometimes what people did, they left their characters to idle because they had to play through a certain number of games. You didn't have to do anything, just be in the game, that's it. So when you joined the lobby, a lot of times you were pretty much alone with random enemies idling, AFK. And that was good because you could kill them however you needed and all that. However, here's the problem. In the one life games, where you only have one life, if you kill the enemy players, you won. That's great. But there was a special challenge to win those matches and be the sole survival. That means 4 players are in the game, 2 versus 2. If you kill the other 2 players, you win. But your teammate is alive. That's no good for the trophy. And you can't kill your teammate. There is no team damage. There's no friendly fire. So what do you do? And someone realized that if you throw down one of these Molotovs, that fire can kill your teammate, because that is not you attacking them, it's the fire. And so everyone was running around with the incendiary grenades, because they knew, if I get into one of those games, I'm killing my teammate right away. Sometimes they didn't notice that I was actually playing, and they just threw it at me anyway. It was a fun time. This sounds like a nightmare. Many old trophy hunts are like a nightmare. Main dialogue on a repeat. Godzilla is appearing. The generator. Yes, there are things that you hear a million times. But I think that's also true for speedrunning. You just go through a game so many times, you know every detail. It is, and was the hardest part, is get every kaiju to level 100. That probably requires a lot of playtime. Some did the math for that. It would take over 400 hours just to get that single trophy. Oh yes, there are some ridiculously long trophies. And that's the beauty when slowly the tricks evolve and people learn new ideas. Like, how can we speed this up? How can we find a shortcut? Because it just takes so much time. And that's why some games I don't even bother with trophy hunting, because I know how much time it would take. And that's just too much for me. I don't have that kind of patience. My brain would just explode and there would be armadillo brain bits everywhere. That's not a nice sight. Hi, welcome in, Link. How are you doing? I'm just playing here and rambling about trophy hunting. But how are you doing? I hope you are having a wonderful day, as much as it is possible. And hopefully you have a lot of luck with whatever you're doing, more than my aim in this game, which is terrible. I stopped playing it completely after 50 hours of gameplay trying to have fun. Yes, some games they push the trophies way too much in a direction when it becomes less and less fun. I'm surviving crying while eating lunch. Oh, poor Link. I'm sorry to hear that, but at least try to enjoy your lunch and hopefully things will get a bit better. I know so much in life is not as it should be, and that's a problem, but it's not much people can do, unfortunately. I ain't making it to Saturday, but you certainly will survive until Saturday. You can do it. I know you are a survivor. You will be just fine. Oh no, take care, yes. Link is actually one of the hardest working people I know or ever known. They are always working 24/7. I don't even know if they sleep. I doubt it at this point. But they've been going through a rough patch, and I really hope that things get better very soon. What's sleep? That's that thing you don't do. You are supposed to, but you don't do. Maybe I should get a little pocket dictionary as a gift to Link and highlight sleep and rest and relaxation, these kind of things in it. I eat food at least. Yes, that's a good starting point. That is a really good starting point. You have to take care of your body. I know it is a nuisance sometimes, but you need to eat, you need to sleep, you need to drink. Those things are non-negotiable. Your body just needs that to live. Gifting a book, funny. Well, it can be your book friend. That was such a terrible pun. I'm almost sorry for it, but I'm not. And hey, you still have your how did you call good in one of your posts? I'm not sure. your support duck, I think, which I absolutely adore. Because most people would say, well, I have a support animal like a dog or something, and Link is like, I have a duck. My emotional support duck. Yes, yes. And Good is such a brilliant, brilliant person. And I really, really hope that you two get plenty of time together. It's lovely. Emotional support. What else? Good is my rock. Really helps keep me grounded. It's phenomenal because when I found Link and Good by complete accident and coincidences, they often streamed at the same time, or they were present in the background and they would say something, and I cannot describe to you that their chemistry is just amazing. Like, they will cuss each other out in such a way that you know it's kind of affectionate, but if you just look at the words, it is anything but. And I absolutely adore them. Don't lie, I found you. Did you? I'm honestly not sure. I know I saw Good schedule reposted on Blue Sky, and then I randomly found you once, I think playing Alan Wake or Alan Wake 2, but back then you were streaming at crazy hours for me, and then after that I watched Good play Hitman. I still remember how Good was trying to assassinate someone really sneakily and spent like half of an hour looking for a screwdriver. That was brilliant. And then I realized that you two actually know each other, because I think you raided Good, and that's how I found them, and it's kind of history from that point, and you became my main emoticon artist, and I'm still so happy that I found you, or you found me. I'm not sure. I found you through a starter pack. Then hey, starter packs actually made a difference. I'm really happy about that. Alan Wake, I never played 2. I remember you were somewhere near a farmhouse or something. I never played Alan Wake, so I don't know the exact part of the game. I just remember I was so surprised that I finally found a VTuber who mainly plays horror games, because it's so rare. It's like every time I was looking, it's mostly gacha games, multiplayer, free games, sometimes 1 or 2 horror games. Most of the time I find people playing a horror game, and that's why I even start watching them, because that's like the one thing I watch. Alan Wake, I never played 2, I see. Horror games are so much fun, yes. I remember you played Me Side, I think. That was really fun. I tell Good to eat shit and die lovingly. Yes, yes. And that's really difficult to do. And I couldn't recreate it in any way. That's why I always say that you two are just brilliant in anything. And I watched Link and Good play power wash simulator cleaning the same one fucking playground for 2 hours. And I watched it all. And in the middle of it, I was sitting there thinking, what the heck am I doing? And they were just so entertaining, just their discussion, that I didn't care about the game at all. Fuck that playground, it know what it did. It was brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant. I am really looking forward to see what you and Good will do, because to those who might not know, they stopped streaming, but I heard that Good is working on some YouTube content, and Link is obviously buried in work as always, so hopefully I will hear them again, lovingly sending each other to really interesting places. Now let's actually see what this is. Good and I are working towards YouTube, but yeah, Saturday. First thing first, everyone needs to survive until Saturday. So that's an order. No one is dying this week, okay? No one is dying until Saturday. On Sunday, maybe. We will discuss that later. But until Saturday, no one dares die, okay? Keep yourself together. I don't know what is happening on Saturday, by the way. I'm not streaming, but I will certainly be watching Link. Now I am the only one that needs to survive until Saturday. Well, I don't know how to break this to you, but I think you are part of everyone. Or you're like separate? I'm not sure. I don't want to be like rude or anything. I just thought everyone kind of covers you as well. Maybe not. But you certainly need to survive. Because without you there is no stream, so that makes sense. And I really hope that you will. Unfortunately, I can't provide much of a support, but if it helps any, I understand that you are struggling with many things in life, and I really hope that they get better. But the little I know you, I know you are a survivor, you are a fighter, you are not throwing in the towel anytime soon, and I really respect that about you. And you have a really lovely sense of humor, so I think that can help as well. And obviously you have your emotional support doc, and that's lovely. The problem is when I say that, I remember that there is actually a YouTuber who actually has a doc, and I once saw a short where he explained that they made little rubber shoes for the dog because it's not good for the dog's feet to walk on concrete or like the streets, because surprise, dog feet are not made for concrete, just muddy ground. And so I always imagine like Good in those really bright neon orange shoes. You're a safe place. I like being here. I've already mellowed out and calmed down. I'm really happy to hear that. I always try to be kind of a safe place. I'm not sure if I can say that a cozy stream. A lot of people say that they want a cozy atmosphere. For me, horror is cozy, but then again, I know people who lose their absolute mind in any horror game. It's always kind of funny to me when I played a game already and I watch someone else play it, and they are terrified out of their minds, and I'm just laughing and thinking, haha, it will only get worse. It's kind of entertaining to me, but be like me, get that strange calming voice and still play a horror game. I've managed to put people to sleep. That's amazing, but I'm not sure if my voice is any calming. Your voice is wondrous, but I can't steal your voice. Oh, and let's not forget about Good's laughter. Good's laughter is brilliant. I think it should be prescribed as an antidepressant. It's lovely. You hear it, you start laughing. You can't do anything. It's like it takes you over. Even if you are in the foulest of moods, you start giggling and you hate it, but you have to. I love Good's giggle. Yes, it's brilliant. I think your voice is calming. Thank you very, very much. That means a lot. I'm just here in the dark woods exploring some horror games. It's all cozy. But in a way that was always my plan. Even when I was writing the references for my initial design, I told the artist that I want this kind of idea that you are in the woods at night and you hear those strange noises and twigs breaking and you are scared and you see a small cabin and the amber lights of candles, and it's really inviting. And that's what I wanted, that feeling of being huddled up next to the fireplace, and you don't dare to look out the windows to see what's in the woods because you think something will look back, but you feel inside safe. And that's what I always want, that yes, these games can be scary, but I'm here. I can take it. I could see myself falling asleep here. That's ever so nice. Same. I take that as a compliment. However, I'm not sure if I turn that into like an advertisement, saying that I'm a good streamer because my viewers are saying that they could fall asleep watching my streams, if that would have the kind of reaction that I'm looking for. I'm not necessarily sure. It's like an ASMR horror, maybe. I'm actually chilling out near the woods with a warm drink while watching stream. That's a lovely idea. Might not be great for ads, but definitely a compliment. But I do appreciate that, because I always feel like that a lot of VTubers are really energetic. They are really good at connecting with whoever joins in, and they are really just a bouncing ball of energy, and I could never quite do that. And so I realized that the kind of stream that I can provide and I kind of want to make is different. I always wanted a slower experience, not so rushed, so people have the time to talk, to chat, and that's why I've been I think one of the rats just fell down from the attic. You okay? Okay. That's why it's so nice to be a small rodent, because they can survive falls without any trouble. It's lovely. Try it with an elephant. You will just get a big pile of guts. Don't try it. But that's what I always kind of wanted to do, to not even care about the game necessarily, like I'm doing now, because I always say that the most important in a live stream is that it uniquely allows you to right away interact and talk to your chat. So whenever I have people active in the chat, I always say that's more important than the game. The game can wait however long it needs to. Deep voices are the best. Maybe they are, but unfortunately I don't have one. Okay, Loki's low-key re-entering stream. You know what? I appreciate that wordplay. I really do. No one sees anything. Dread's voice does give me gender envy. I want a deeper voice. I don't think I have a deep voice, so if you want to steal someone's voice, I would advise to look for someone else. Show your Twitter post. Hope everything goes well. Limberry moody ass. I'm resting as much as possible to... Wait, what is happening with Scary? What is happening with you? Wow, that was funny. I tried not to laugh but couldn't hold it in. Rest well, Dirt and Press. Wow, what a title. I like it. Dread, you got a deeper voice than me. Okay, maybe that's true, but I certainly don't have the deepest of voices. If it makes you feel any better, I would want a deeper voice, because most people, when they think of a monster, they imagine a really deep voice, and I don't have that. You can have a brick instead, because you want to boop. I mean, booping is giving as well in a way, so I'm assuming throwing a brick at me is a more aggressive way of booping. It's like a long distance boop with a brick. How dare Zeph? Oh, Zeph will dare to throw bricks at anyone. The only thing is, if you ever get asked by Zeph how tall you are, just say a really small number. The brick isn't for you. Tall individuals being greedy again. Really? Really? I walked into that again. But that actually makes more sense. In that way, I take it back. Link can have the brick and mine nose remains unboobed. Brilliant, thank you. I don't think it's a common notion of monsters and deep voices personally, at least as a papercraft poltergeist. Yes, but You're so unique at being what you are. I'm just a monster, like uncategorized. I don't really find my own kind anywhere. I'm not super tall, Zeph. Uh-oh, there's the question. How tall are you? Deep voices intake of Corpse Daddy or Corpse VTubers with his deep voice. Well, I'm not a corpse, so that maybe helps. That's taller than me though. Yes, that means 5'7.5". No, 5'8.5". Uh-oh. That's not helping your case here. You are not fighting for saying that you are not short. You are fighting not to get the brick. And I think you will get the brick. Good is taller. Which is kind of terrifying because Good is still a duck. So that's a really big duck, by the way. Like, have you ever seen a 6 feet tall duck? Just freaking imagine that. You're just going on your morning walk around the lake and you see this ginormous duck. Big waddles. Oh no, there's a guy called Corpse who has a very deep voice and he's a VTuber. I see. There are some VTubers who have insanely deep voices. See, I'm only 12 centimeters taller, and let me guess, that is 1, 2. How many bricks are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's exactly 12 bricks. 1 for each centimeter. I'm not telling you how tall I am. It would break the chat with that many little emoticons. Gotta go back to work. Well, I wish you the absolute best with work. And you know, you can always message me if you like. Good luck, take care, indeed. Be safe, whatever you're doing. I heard that. Dreadist, spill the tea. How tall I am. Also, why would I spill the tea? Are you insane? It's a valuable drink. Let me actually take a sip. I would never spill the tea. Insanity. Blood. Blood is okay to spill, but tea? No. Really, everyone is shorter than Skady when she buries us in dirt. Maybe, but then again, Skady lives in a burrow. And I'm assuming that's also underground, so... How tall am I? I am... let me think... if I'm not mistaken, 6'4", and that should be around 190 centimeters. Spill the blood then. Very true, Loki. Yes, but that's a lot of digging. I'm 6'1". Okay, you tall. Nice. Yes, I am tall. And just as skinny as my model. And let me guess, 30 of them. Let's actually count. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 3 times 7. That's 21. Plus 4, that's 25. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's exactly 30 bricks. You see, that's why I absolutely adore Zeb, because That's a sort of accuracy, precision that I appreciate. I'll dig a deep hole for you then. Oh, how nice. How ever so nice. No, an armadillo wants me buried. But hey, most people only get 6 feet under, so you don't have to dig that deep. And let me guess, that's... Wait a moment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 4 times 7. That's 28 plus 3. So you threw 30 bricks but pulled back 31? How? Sadly, she can't bury me. Love being a shapeshifter. It's a friend hole. Dear Scary. Really, with all due respect. On your stream, maybe you are say so enough to say that. But here, that is a really, really dangerous bit of working. That wording is no. You tried, yes, you tried. Does an enemy hole exist? Yes. That's the one you have to take over. Some people say that they make it theirs after they pierce through their defenses. Scary, what the loving hell? Yes. The other possibility was love hole, which is the same. No, actually love hole is much worse. Because if you were to tell me that you'd invite me to a love hole, there is no wrong way to take that, because there's only one way to take it. Yeah, it's called my belly. I eat all of scary enemies. Who's into war? Loki is happy to help. I'm not personally. I never really quite understood the appeal. Love hole is worse. Yes, it is. It certainly is. Though I might use it in the future. Sadly, no. My enemies are moles. They can dig themselves out. See, friend hole was okay. Yes, a friend hole. A friendly hole. Friendly, alright. I'm getting the wrong ideas here. I should continue with the game. Yes, probably I should before Twitch throws me out of the platform. Keep your friends in holes. Friends with benefits, you mean? Shapeshift into Mosasaur and eat all of scary enemies. I don't know what eats moles, actually. I would assume most predators would eat a mole, but then again moles are underground. So it's a bit tricky to get to them. But one thing that Skady absolutely cannot deny, maybe she hates moles. Maybe she has a really good reason to hate moles. However, she cannot deny that the fur of moles is really soft. Absolutely. So, careful what you say now. I stand by that. If you have a mole friend and you can cuddle up to them, it's like a pillow. It's brilliant. No, it's the worst. Alright, okay, so what is the softest fur, in your opinion? Covered in ticks and lies and betrayals. Well, I wasn't talking about the knife they keep in their back pocket, that's true. Have you hugged a moth recently? No, they always try to fly away. Also, I heard that it's not necessarily a good idea because their wings are so delicate that if you touch their wings, then it can mess up their flight. Nox moth attack. But in a way they are furry. Yes, there are some really beautiful moths out there. I'm scared of French for the same reasons. Wow. Okay, a bumblebee then? Bumblebees are interesting. I like how when I said anything with fur, Skady right away thought about insects, which is not the usual response. I have some unfortunate news for you. Yeah. The French language is really scary. Really scary, I have to tell you. It's a crazy, crazy language. Even when I just look at English words, but they are from French. Oh goodness. I will translate that after the stream and maybe understand it. Zeph, Skate is French. Uh-oh. Yeah, they are terrifying. There are rumors that they all keep a baguette at hand any time of the day. I'm not sure if that's true, but I'm not testing it. Are you scared now, Zeph? In French, obviously. Which word in that is scared? I'm guessing one of the last one. Yep, always to whack people and have a snack. And the older it is, the more painful it becomes. Oh, fear. That's a useful word. It's and Zeph also knows it. Clever. It's always good to know what you are afraid of, so you can counter it. For example, in the case of Zeph, they can always scare some people with some German words, which can be just as scary. I'm not scared of Skady. She's amazing. She really is. I looked it up, but I guessed it would be something along the way. Oh, ho, ho. I love my viewers speaking so many different languages. And here I am, not even correctly speaking English. Working on it. Let's see what was written here. This new hair tonic from Umbrella is just flying off the shelves. Oh, a hair tonic, that's always good. The stuff they make always works wonders, so it's no surprise. I was counting on this and ordered a huge shipment. My instincts are paying off, literally. I just know sales will continue to rise as word gets out until people start losing their hair. They said the string of violent incidents on the news has me worried. That's sad, okay. Maybe I ought to invest in a good safe to hold all this cash that's rolling in. September 2, the new safe is just perfect. Nobody knows the code, not even my wife. She would steal the money. It's a secret between me and my beautiful Aqua Cure Queen. That's kind of questionable. And she'd never give it up for a thief. Yeah, sure. We'll see that soon. I only know how to say I'm a potato salad in German. I see you also took the wisdom to heart, learning useful things in the language first. Skady is an adorable French potato salad armadillo. Ooh, that would be a nightmare to put together in a sentence. But actually I do believe Zaf is learning Dutch and what was that sentence? Sheesh. I think they know how to say I am an apple in Dutch. Now translate that to French, yes. An adorable French potato salad armadillo. That's complicated because adorable is an adjective, French is an adjective, armadillo would be the noun, so the potato salad is a kind of adjective. So get ready to place some commas there. Now then, we need bullets. I know there was one Charlie doll here in the final game, and there it is. So some of the Charlie dolls are in the same spot. I think they woke up. Bullets! Adorable tattoo. The tattoo would be the armadillo. Wait. Adorable tattoo salad de patata. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. That's interesting because what is So that's French potato salad as in possessives? That's interesting. I forgot to add French. Well, we got the most of the sentence. No German, Skady. I'm not even no. Goodness. Patata is a familiar word to say pomme de terre. Potato or apple from the earth. Wow. That's brilliant. Those are the parts that I really like in language. When you have these little hints at how people used to see something and it was immortalized in the word or the structure that you use. See, that's why French is scary. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. Looking at the German version, it's like oh my goodness, those are some really long words. What is armadillo in German even? Let me check. I have to check. Armadillo. In English. Goethe here? Wow. German ain't any better. The French are Lows German, forming the Germanic tribe. Goethe here. Wow. Goodness, these languages. I like it. Sounds badass. It does. Certainly does. Gürtel, bear, belt, tier, animal. So it's like a belt creature because of the belts on the back. That's interesting. You better not try to break through that. I know you are there. Come out with your hands down. No? Okay, you're dead. And I mean dead. That's the kind that I like. Oh, come on. Sounds like me. I'm a belt animal. You know what? No, I'm going to stab your butt until you are dead. I think you're dead. Good. I hear something. Oh, would you look at that? Maybe you would if you could see it, but there's a Charlie doll there. Stab the butt, yes. You want to hit the most sensitive parts. Yeah, you can't see shit, but there's the Charlie doll. And that's the problem. That's the problem in this game, that some of the Charlie dolls in the base game I found by hearing them, and I couldn't see darn near anything, and I don't know where this zombie came from. Like, it's dark here. And even though Miss Valentine has a flashlight, as she confirmed inside, once you are outside, she's like, no, I have to save on the battery. Most sensitive? How deep are you stabbing? I don't know. Let's see the knife. It's like 2-3 inches maybe. I'm not sure. Turn up the brightness to max to cheat and see anything. Yes, that's one way of doing it. That's true. And I might do that if I have no other way. Oh wait. Now you're dead. Now I know that you are underneath the car. It's really difficult to do it like this, but you know what? I'm not giving up. Apparently, no. No, there's nothing underneath the car. That was a false alarm on the censorship. My bad. In the full game, there is a zombie underneath that car. Let's see if we can see a Charlie doll anywhere. In the window of the liquor store. Oh, what's that? Eagle's Pet Shop. I'm sorry, but that's not an eagle, and you don't look like an eagle either. So, who's Eagle? Gel knife is at least a 6 to 8 inch blade from hilt to toe. Yes, but I'm not jamming it all the way into their butt. Like what if it gets stuck? And then I have a zombie that I have to chase around because my knife is stuck in their butt. That would be really weird. But how good is their arm? Good question. Jill is one of those women I'm not messing with. It's inadvised, or maybe ill-advised. This is actually one of those kind of hidden spots where I was expecting a Charlie doll in the full game and then I found nothing. Kind of feels the same way now. She stabs at least 5 to the full 8. It's Jill advised. Ah, yes. I love that. Okay, you're dead. Okay, let's combine these. Hopefully I won't run out of bullets. Anything inside there? Very good being a STARS member, as good as most military snipers, yes. Jill is a force to be reckoned with. You are not messing with her. Okay, I can't do anything here. Where do I get the... get the wire cutters? I don't remember. But I feel like much later in the game. Now in the donut shop, I know there is one collectible there. So that is there. It's interesting. So some of the collectibles are in the same spot as in the full game. Not all, but some. And this is what I meant. I remember this one clearly, but the base breaks as well, and I find that to be quite annoying because when you return to the game, if you forgot there was a collectible there, there's nothing showing you that yes, you already checked this place, you found the collectible, good, now move on. Yeah, let me see. You didn't stab their butt yet. I can't stab everyone's butt. It's not necessary on this difficulty. On really high difficulties, once some of the enemies are on the ground, you go right in there. Like, yeah, right in there. Now, let me tell you, from personal experience, if you are in a zombie apocalypse and you see a dead body, but you are unsure whether it is really a dead body or just a resting zombie, if you stab them in the deck and they do not get up, they are properly dead. Okay, the bolt cutters are not here in the full game, so that was changed. Yeah, poke the stick with the stick. Exactly. I have PTSD from that shop. I can imagine. I can imagine, because originally I thought Nemesis can get in this shop, and then I learned maybe he can. First butt slapping, no dick. Wow. Yeah, and we are not even done. I would slash the heels, can't run without tendons. Ooh. Wow. That is dark. That is dark because that's true. Indeed. If you cut the tendons and the heels, it's really difficult to run. Okay, so there's one here. Zapata beer. Okay. Let's Zapata this. Is there anything here that I can use? Yeah, some, except I'm full. Yeah, I'm really full. Can I combine these? Okay, wondrous. I think that's all. We have a medkit here for later use. Now the interesting part, because the puzzle at the station is not working, we will not find the different crystals in the shops, so those are missing. Nemesis was camping the door. I couldn't get out for about an hour. Well, why didn't you give him a hug? That's all Nemesis wants, just a hug. That's why I love when Capcom did a Valentine's card after the release of this game, and it was Nemesis smiling with Jill saying that you are my stars or something like that. Ever so romantic, don't you think? Well, heads down to my aim. Oh, you tumbling fuck. Like, I have bullets, but not this many bullets. Also, why is everything so dark? Okay, you just stay there. Okay. Time for the knife. There we go. Oh, yes. Oh, they are enjoying it. Because hitting the most sensitive spot in the butt is harder than just stabbing their crotch. I know, but still, why the dick? Well, because it was a male zombie. You see, this was a female zombie, so you can't say that I'm sexist or anything. I'm just stabbing them wherever I can. I am not picky. And there's... Okay, now here's the thing. Can you see the Charlie figure here? Because it's there, alright. Because it's fun. Come on. Yeah, I can hear it. That's about it for me too. Women can have dick. That's true. That's why I'm trying to stab it. Now, whether or not I will hit anything, that's a different topic, but I tried. Definitely can see. Yes. Whatever kind of enemy you are facing, just go for the dick. You might find it. If not, look, you at least tried. A person can still run without their dick. Yes, indeed, that is true, they can. But it's really not as much fun as running with your dick and attached. Just saying. It's a whole other experience. Where are you? I knew you would be here. I remember you. Stop pointing toward... Whoa. Okay, you deserve that. Proof? Do you volunteer, Zeph? I'm missing the dick already! Oh goodness. Ah shit, indeed. No, we can do the ever so professional scientific research that we were planning.
This must be the subway.
We need a volunteer. I already sharpened my knife. Oh, wondrous. But here's the thing. How do you determine the different definitions in your experiment? So for example, you said someone can run without their dick. Now what is considered running, you see? Like, how quick do you have to be for it to be considered as running? I'm a scientist, I need to confirm the facts now. A crazy kind of scientist, I can already see. Yes, this is for the chain and the shotgun. Apparently we get the shotgun here. Let me see. I'm not volunteering even though I can grow it back. Well, if you can grow it back, I think you would be the best to volunteer. You need at least 1,000 for a somewhat good statistic. Oh goodness. We can determine a speed interval, even more to have consistent results and a good p-value. 10,000 would be sufficient, I think. Yeah. Good luck finding that many people. I'm kind of happy that I am stuck in my realm right now. Yes, all because I can regrow it doesn't mean it still doesn't hurt. Yes, but you can still regrow it. That's a pretty big difference, you know. Though I have to ask, is it like the tail of a lizard? Because you see lizards, they can lose their tails, so the predator keeps messing with that while they are making their swift escape. However, a lizard's tail never grows back to the same length. It will be always a bit shorter. So is it like that? Why not? Don't like to have fun? We can even try it out with different forms. What kind of forms? Is it gonna be shorter each time? Lucky, exactly that. And also, I do believe with lizards, the new tail will never be as pointy as the original one. They will have a curved point. I feel the pain of it getting hurt, and no, Skatey. No, it grows back to full length. Oh, you're lucky then. But then why not cut it off? Bummer, you're a killjoy. Okay, so we have this one here. Definitely not in the full game, I'd say. Okay, this is problematic. Running out of space. So I have to go back. Would it be like a Matryoshka? More Princess Skatey. So you tried it already, Loki. Actually, that's a good point. If you know that it will grow back to the same size, that means you already lost it once. That must be a really interesting story. So what happened? I think that will be enough. No, I'm invested in this story and my research. Yes. Oh, poor Loki. He'll be losing a tail soon. He just doesn't want to accept it yet. Don't give me a research project on my day off. I'll have time to do it. Werewolf matting fighting between two alpha males, got it clawed off a few dozen times. Ooh, that must be painful. Okay, you're still here, just as in the full game. You're just as ugly as in the full game. I was already running, and he got me. Wow, he's a true fan. That was the window. Now, that's much better. And now for the bot. Also, why attack the bot, you ask? Well, normally you want to destroy the brain of a zombie. However, here comes the kicker. The bot cannot bite. The head can. So, I attack the part of the torso that is furthest away from the mouth. The butt. Let me see. Why were you naked during the fight? For emphasis. Valid, good way to assert dominance. Werewolf form is all fur, no armor or clothes. The butt cannot bite. I feel like some horrible creature can contradict that. Definitely. But in this game, no. Maybe in the Dante's Inferno game you can find something like that. Oh, I always hated these. You can't even come up here, can you? Oh, freak. He can. I just came in and heard the third dominance. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Why can't I come up here again? Ow. Big Punch Daddy is here. Oh, yes, he is. Do you want to take part in the research? No. Oh, it will be fun. It's my research. Say yes, say yes, say yes. Yes, it's Katie's research. She can tell you all the details in French if you want. Okay, fine. Yeah, a scientist, an evil scientist. Ow! Ow! That was painful. Standard weaponry is of no use against this creature. What a surprise. That was better to be censored. Fair enough. No, let's try this. Alright, let me see. So, I need you to run as fast as you can, and I'll help you out by cutting off some excess. Oh. Yeah, that was fitting. Only way Katie can get me is if she's willing to kill another armadillo. Ooh. Would you like to continue in assisted game mode? No, thank you very much. Nemesis saved you from that skull-sucking zombie. So nice indeed. He's ever so nice. It's just been a long time since I tried to deal with him. And it freaking shows. What? But you see, the idea behind this little project of Skady is that you can run faster with less weight, I guess, is one way to say it. Aha! I really hope I have it. Yes, I have. Great. Yeah! Take that fire! I don't remember this part. Thank you for playing! Well, it took a bit of time. Just a bit. So, we found 9 doors out of the 20. We'll be here for a long time. But hey, we got a really nice trailer.
My God. No, no, no! They're gonna get through!
Send somebody who's capable of getting me the hell out of here.
What was that?
Don't move!
Kendall, you're all right.
You're all right to stretch.
Stop and do what? I got your back. Go. Go!
Cloak sticky. You better hurry. Sorry.
Look out!
Let's do this.
I have to say this is a much more action-packed trailer, and let's see what I missed. I think it was a lot. We are trying to figure out if people can still run and be a threat without their dicks to plan for the future zombie apocalypse. We are looking for a generous volunteer, and here you are, congrats. Oh, can I get back after, please? Of course, still. Alright, that was pretty easy to convince him. Let's go! But after eating, me hungry. Let science begin! Oh, you're using a buzzsaw? Kind of a overkill. Wait, the painkillers! We don't have time for that. Too late, come back. Yes. Well, if she doesn't use a serrated blade, and if a straight clean cut, you can needle and thread it back on. Yeah, I don't think a buzzsaw would have a clean blade. Nah, that will be messy. And the whole, you won't remember pills? You'll have some of those once we're done. First, run! So here's the thing, scientifically speaking, you said you would need like 1,000 volunteers. If you just do the same thing again and again with the same one volunteer 1,000 times, would that count? Fine. Wow, I have to be honest here. Nekio is taking it really quite well. Now you see why I said no. Skady uses overkill weapons. Yes. I was waiting for like a knife, you know? Can you at least put a shirtless, muscular man in front of me? Why? Why? Why would you need that? You have to do that 10,000 times now. That's a lot of cutting. Sure, Dreadist, lose the coat and shirt. I'm not sure if you are aware of my physique. Just saying. Actually, I just recently posted an image like that. But no. Muscular man, no. How will live with me after that? Ha 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 ha. You think I run that easily? Wow. Yeah, I'm not enough for Nekio's appetite. If you do that over and over, and Nekio only prove that he can consistently run without his interesting research, but not what I'm here for. Fair enough, let's not get sidetracked. I'm turning into a mole and digging a very, very, very deep hole and tunnel over 10k kilometers away and down. I'm not sure if you can really outrun Skady in her own turf, being underground. Like, I think what you might need is like a cloud that you can hide in. Shoot, always thought that Dreadist was the best bait for Nekio. I'll find someone else. Let me make from coal. Yes. Yes, I'm not. No. I was saying that because you said why the shirtless guy. Yes, that's not enough. That's not enough for Nekio. Magic says otherwise. Oh, magic. Outrun me when I have a science project cooking? Never. I don't think I want to purchase the game right now. Thank you. But we learned something. We learned that we missed 11 dolls. But there are still no challenges. It's odd. It's really odd because when I looked up if this demo has any challenges, I remembered something about dodging.
Hey, Captain.
Jill is just too hot for Twitch, it seems. It's like now you can see that. Right, let me skip it.
Okay, first
It's too much for you.
We need to get you geared up. Head up to street level. You'll find supplies there.
Yeah, turn up the brightness. Yes, I certainly have to look around a bit more in the bright. If you're already on it, can I have his thyroid glands? That's like Zev's one thing. They want the thyroid gland. Don't ask me why. It's a long story. Okay, how can I change the brightness? Yeah. Great. Everything is washed out to hell, but we can see. I hope. Is there really 20 in the small part of the actual game, or 20 for the demo? Only in the demo. In the entire game, I think there are around 20 in total. But what I found is that some of the collectibles are in the same spot in this demo and in the game. Alright, me go eat. That's a good idea. Go and eat something. Have a good meal. I have a muscle man for you when you're back. Wow. That would be a quick phone call. And there's one. I didn't look around here, but I was kind of expecting it. Even in this train car, there could be one, but I don't think I can shoot through the glass. Why do I want them? Partially because I'm curious if I get something by collecting them, and also because if I find them in this game or this demo and they are also in the main game, then when I'm replaying that I just have to look for the spots I already know and maybe find some that I overlooked. I want to see if I can do that surgery, the thyroid replacement surgery. Yes, Zeph saw a YouTube tutorial about that, and they really want to try that out.
Nothing that I will miss.
Maybe Loki would be a better fit then. You can try again and again. Yes, but Loki doesn't seem to be really, you know, cooperative about these research projects, unfortunately. I go grab him in his tunnel. Uh-oh. Well, there goes one werewolf. Might be. Dreadist must hunt every bobblehead. Not must. But I'm mad enough to try it. And it's kind of fun for me, especially because here I don't have to worry about how much ammo I waste or what I do. It's just for this short demo. And I kind of have an idea of how the developers think. My problem in the base game was that really it's so dark that after a point I started more so relying on hearing the bobbleheads, but sometimes they are far away and I just couldn't find all of them, and I was honestly surprised by that because I played through enough Resident Evil games. I think I can find the collectibles, and not in this one. Do you have one in there? No? Okay, so we found like one so far. So this would be a great spot for it in the wall. And honestly, perhaps I missed some of the bobbleheads in my original playthroughs, because I was thinking that these collectibles would be in logical spots. You see, in the toy shop or toy store, we learn that these are really expensive and limited edition porcelain dolls. And so for some time I assumed that you wouldn't find them, let's say, in the sewers, because why would someone throw them into the sewers? And I always try to look around in the city, maybe in a car, on a backseat or something like that. And after I couldn't really find them, I started really looking everywhere. And this would be a prime spot for one. And even here, why would you have it in the subway station? That doesn't make much sense. But we are looking for collectibles and not sense here, so put all that sensing aside, we have to find them. And it's interesting because every time I try to look for them, I try the kind of newer approach. Let's look down more, or let's look up, because most players play like this. You never really look up and look around and be like, really nice pipes. Even though all those are parts of the game, people don't play in a way that they would really notice them. And that's a shame. But it seems that the ones I destroyed are missing already, so I don't have to restart looking for them, and that's why I started making screenshots of them, even though I wasn't sure that the demo would work the same way as the game. But again, I have no way of knowing that there was a doll there, and most of the time, based on my experiences, you don't need to look for collectibles in close proximity of each other. Good luck finding me, Katie. Remember, I can make fake copies of myself in mole form, but never actually be a mole. But if you make a fake copy of yourself, how does that copy exactly work? Like, how does it behave? Would they try to run? Because then they are great for the experiment. Just saying. You think that's a problem? You just give me more moles to kill. Ha ha ha, that's good. Oh goodness. Scaly can be quite bloodthirsty around moles. Nothing in there. I for the longest of times thought there would be something in there because again you can't shoot through the glass, right? But it's broken here, so maybe they hit something just in a spot so you can shoot it, but I never found one. So these are the times when you start wondering if you're going insane or you're on the right track. Yo, welcome back, Link. We found 9 out of the 20 collectibles, which is a good start. Do you hear any rattling around? That would be very good spots indeed, yes. But sometimes I feel like the developers are not that evil, because I found Charlie dolls in really obvious spots, except it was really dark. Like I remember in Nest 2 you literally find a doll in a corner, except it's so dark that you can't see it and you have to rely on hearing it. And that's why in my initial playthrough I missed it, because I was relying on sight like in the second game. And then I realized, no, this is a different kind of game. Uh-oh. Good. You are going insane. Hope that helps. Maybe. Maybe. You think you can fool me with that, but I know. I'm already mad. I can't go insane. Now it's just popping in to not get stressed out at work. That's always a good idea. Don't mind me stabbing zombies in the dick. But again, you can't deny that it works. It's effective. Because once they start getting up, it's already over. No, these ones are tricky, because you can't quite get the right angle to stab them in the dick, but you can try your best. And as you can see, it kind of works, especially once they start to push their butt towards you, but it doesn't work as well. From the front, you see right away, like one hit kill. Stab him in the dick, yes, that's the plan. Exactly. Stab him in the booty hole. Yeah, but you see, that's already a hole. So that's that's not as much damage. Okay, this one is dead, for example. So it's a really easy way to figure out. Extra hole to the hole. Maybe it will be an extra deep hole, but other than that, I'm not sure how effective it is in combat. Quick step. Thank you for telling me now. Do you have a Charlie doll in there, sir? I did not find a Charlie doll around here. And more than that, it could be in like the trunk, right? Right. Got a good level. I can go back to oiling roads. You need to oil those roads. Good luck with it. I could also say those roads will not oil themselves, but I'm worried that Link might throw a dictionary at me. I am a professional road oiler. You know what? You know what? Good for you. Good for you. Honestly, that is a title that kind of commands respect, right? Like if you talk to other VTubers or people or whatever, and they say, "Oh, I'm working at an office job. I'm working in marketing," and you're like, "I'm a professional road oiler," and it's like, you can't top that. Like, what will you say? I would say something, but I'm not. Look, it's up to you. It's really up to you. But look, if you admit that your profession can top that, feel free to. So I think there is one in there, but I don't think I can get in there during the demo. That is such a random combination of words, but it sounds like a fun job, honestly. Oh yeah, it is. It certainly is. Oiling roads. I'm sure the roads really enjoy it. Anyway, happy Ace Week. Oh, I didn't know that. But happy Ace Week to all those who celebrate it. Honestly, I never quite now know which weeks or days are really celebrated, because I heard about all kinds of random days, and I never quite know if they are like a real thing or just a joke. Everything seems to have their own day and week now, so it's a bit tricky to figure out. Oh no, it was a bit prevented. Yay, Ace Week, yes. It's always nice to have a time that you can celebrate. And I was doing kind of that. Recently I posted, because you see everyone, when it comes around to October, then people and streamers start saying that it's Spooktober and all that, and I understand, but I'm a monster. I don't need Spooktober to be spooky. I don't need Halloween. Every day is Halloween if you join my channel. I just play horror games all the time. I don't need an occasion, so I decided to celebrate something else that takes place during October. It is also Invisible Disabilities Week. Yeah, for information about invisible disabilities, I would actually be curious what really constitutes as a disability, because I feel like there is like a legal standard that governments use for legal reasons, or if you can get like help or support or financial support. But I would be really interested in just knowing what really constitutes as that, because every time I saw links, starter packs on Blue Sky with disabled VTubers, I always wondered, like, who can really join that? Because I still feel like that even in today's world, if you say someone is disabled, then everyone will think, okay, they are missing a leg. And it's not as simple as that. October 17 to 23rd is Invisible Disability Week. Wow, I have to learn that. Not yay for disabilities, almost wrote that. Oh yes. Oh yes, sometimes I worded the sentences really bad and I had to correct them. Okay, what is Ace Week and Invisible Disability Week? Got dip, I understand. It would be a fun conversation for that, Dread. As a disabled veteran. Mentally disabilities are the worst. Yes, but they are not mental disabilities, they are not visible. So I would say most of them are somewhat invisible. And that obviously doesn't mean that the zombies just came back to life. Well, you can also do that in the base game. So obviously just because you don't see that someone is disabled, that doesn't mean they wouldn't need the same help or the same support. And that's why I think it's really tricky.
Gotta put this out.
Especially because there are more conversations about disabilities, but still not to the degree that I think it should be discussed. Sadly, I have a learning and speaking disability, and it is hard for me to talk and learn certain things. Curse my ADHD. Yes, I heard so many people online say that they have some sort of ADHD or they have some kind of OCD, and again, I would say that they are on a spectrum, and it can be more mild, it can be more severe. I have autism. Yes, with that as well. Everyone is different. Everyone will have their own troubles, their own problems. And you can, to a degree, categorize people because you try to make sense of the world, and you can go and try to understand every person in the whole wide world, because that is impossible. But I really feel like it would be a useful conversation amongst people to really speak about how they live and what would be helpful to them. Because, for example, when I started streaming, I just started with the kind of obvious things that you see on every stream, and watching one of Link's and Good streams, I noticed that they have closed captions, and I asked about, like, why do you have closed captions, and how do you actually help them. And they explain that, well, if you have hearing difficulties, or maybe you are just watching without sound, then it's really useful. Yes, the closed captions will not be perfect, far from it, but it's still better than nothing, and that's actually the reason why I added them. I will run out of bullets here. No! Ha ha! Yeah, it's so important to speak about all of it, to raise awareness and educate people. Yes, but it's a tricky subject, because I feel like it's great that there are more awareness and education about disabilities, about mental health, about equality, about genders, all that, more than ever before. And that's great. I still feel like it's not enough. So as much as I'm happy to see that, yes, people are starting to talk about it, I really feel we are really not at a point where people should be content with where we are. I need to fix captions on my stream. It's such an important accessibility tool. Oh, it is far from enough, yes. And again, that's one thing that I kind of realized, that hey, I can add closed captions. But then again, there are a million other things that might be useful to think about. And that's why whenever I'm watching other streamers, I always like to read their rules, not only for the obvious, but to see how they go about certain things. And I know some streamers, they don't like listening to someone eat, and so I never eat while streaming. I only drink. If I want to eat something or I need to, I always take a break. And I always want to learn more about people and what might be difficult for them, or what might be, well, it's not the best word, but triggering to them. And it's tricky, because if you join a stream, you can't necessarily start by asking about certain things. And I still feel like there is somewhat of a taboo surrounding these conversations, as much as I don't think that should be the case. Oh, hello there, Charlie. I just hate ADHD, because when I have an emotional episode, I end up acting like a child or a person half my age, and I am in my 30s, early 30s. Yes, I understand, but again, that is one of those things where the person who is affected obviously has to first realize the problem, as they say, and have to know how it works. And since you live with it, you will really quickly kind of learn, like, okay, this is how it goes. But also to those who are around them, it's nice to know, like, what can I do in a situation like that? Because many people, I feel like, if they are faced with anything that they are unfamiliar with in a public setting, they just freak out. And that's not necessarily helpful. But they also don't know what they have to do. For example, I I heard once from people who have support dogs. I'm not sure what would be the really accurate word, but those really highly trained dogs that help out blind people. And well, obviously the dog is kind of guiding around the person, right? And the dog has to pay attention to traffic. Yes, a service dog. Yes, that would be the right word. And they are extraordinarily clever animals, right? And they have to look around for traffic, for people, not guide the owner into the wall, because obviously the person can't see where the door or the wall is. And someone made a video about it and mentioned that, look, if you see a dog, a service dog or any service animal, they will have a harness on them or something that shows you that this is a special kind of animal, right? Don't pet them, because that distracts them. And that makes perfect sense if you think about it, that the dog is at work, right? They are doing their job, trying to help someone, and you just woke up, start petting them. But it's again one of those things, especially if a kid does it. The kid doesn't know any better. To them it's like a cute dog, oh, I want to pet them. Yeah, makes sense, right? So the adults have to learn that, look, that's a service animal. The service animal helps the person they belong to with certain tasks, and you don't want to bother them, and then it's all good. But I feel like it's a dialogue that has to happen, and every dialogue should at least have two sides to know that, because someone who doesn't live with certain disabilities or know people who live with such disabilities, they will not know any better. And I can't necessarily blame them for that, because you can't possibly know every disability in the world. This dog is working, don't distract it. Exactly. But again, I didn't think of that without watching that video. Because let's be honest, in your everyday life, you don't think about like, oh, now that it's 2 a.m. in the morning, I should really think about something interesting. Should I pet a service dog? Yeah, I don't get those ideas. Because if you are not affected by something, you don't know about it. And that makes sense. It's not necessarily ignorance, it's just that the world is filled with so many things that you can't possibly know everything, as much as that is annoying to me. Don't pet the service dog without permission. Again, I would say, but I'm really old school, not only with service animals, don't pet any kind of animal without permission. I don't think it's safe or respectful to just walk up to whatever dog and pet them, or cat, or whatever. I have a dog phobia, but I don't mind service dogs because I know they are trained well and don't care about me. No, they absolutely don't care, and not because they are indifferent, but because they are really clever and they learn a lot of things. They are trained for a long time, and I really respect their work. And that's why I always say that a service dog is not just a dog or a pet. They are really aid to that person but I feel like they are also a kind of friend and companion. Okay, you can stop that. I think you should never pet a dog without asking their owner. Exactly. Or really anything. You can't or shouldn't pet anything without asking first. I'm back. Who missed me? Well, I missed you, and actually now I can demonstrate that. So I'm not going around just petting Nekio. First I ask, can I pet you, Nekio? And if he says yes, then I can pet him, right? That's how it goes. As much as he is adorable, and it's difficult to stop myself, but I have to ask first. The reason I think we really what the reason I think we really need more global awareness and discussion, education about disabilities is obviously to make everything more accessible to everyone. Yes, that too. But also making it more global shifts the mental load of education about it. Disabled people often feel obligated to educate people on their disabilities. I wouldn't even say that they feel obligated, but they are kind of forced into a situation where they have to, because it's like, well, they don't know and no one else will educate them, so if I want any understanding, then I'm educating them or no one else. But it just adds mental loads to them. We should have more awareness about it so that this mental load, where was I, is shared and don't fall only on people already struggling. Yes, that's a really good observation, that you know, they are dealing with a lot already, and that's why it's tricky, because I always wanted to learn more about people's lives and their struggles, because everyone has a different struggle. But the thing is, it's a difficult conversation to start. Because if you say, I would be interested in learning about your struggles, people will look at really oddly at you. Agreed, always ask to pet an animal that isn't yours. Exactly. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Sure, you can pet me, Dreadist, you see, and then I can pet Nekio. Bonk the Dreadist. Why do you want to bonk me? You see, I even ask nicely and I get bonked. Speak of petting, Skady has permission to freely pet me, just no cutting or buzz saws. You know, I really like how you clarified those details, even though it is slightly concerning, because most of the time if you say, oh, they can freely do something except these things, that means that you already had some trouble with those things. It's like how warning signs are always added to things once something bad happens. So mentioning that no cutting or buzz saws is concerning. Really, really concerning. I'll hide my disappointment, pet. Load. No, not that kind of load, Nekio. Even though, now you mentioned it, I understand why that might have been a bit odd, but funny enough, I was just scrolling through the chat because it was a longer message and I really just lost where I was. I'm not like you. there is also the issue, for example, with autism, that it's a spectrum and people can have different needs or even contradicting needs. Yes, but first of all, if you have at least a general idea about, like, okay, what autism is, what are the most let's say common things, or what is something that applies to most, that can be helpful. When it comes to specific people, then it's tricky, because you kind of have to ask, and that's why I said it's difficult to start certain conversations, because I remember that I was watching Zev's stream. I think Rimworld, but I'm not sure. And Zev mentioned something about how certain things makes them uncomfortable. And so, because I had a kind of speaking of moment, I told Zev, look, if you're ever watching my stream and anything makes you uncomfortable, or I'm in your chat, to let me know, because I don't know. I just don't know better, and I want to learn from it. And actually they had a really, really good response that I still remember, that we wouldn't be having a conversation if you made me feel uncomfortable. And that was so logical, really. But I'm the kind of person, or monster, whatever you prefer, who likes to rather ask than assume, because I think assumptions can really easily lead to misunderstandings. Can I cut or bust so? Well, neck you. Not me. Anyone else, that's up to you and them. I told you already, I am not interested in your free time activities, but I don't judge. Wow. I have to say, I've never done it before on a staircase. And certainly never done it before going down on a staircase, but I can take that off on the list. Wait, why am I asking if I can? I'm a king. Yeah, kings can have some decency too. Title again. And Zev, would you stop please tugging on my tail? Wait, is Zev okay? He didn't break me up today. Oh. Ah, good. The universe balanced itself out. I feel better now. Zev breaked me up. That sucks.